Hey there, strangers. It is time for another Twitch stream here. Just getting everything set up so that I have no problems on working. Alright. So, let me go ahead and put this live. And, we'll get started here. Alright. There we go. So, we did a fair amount of work last time. As you can see, I, put quite a bit of formula work from last time to try to get the centroid of the hexagonal triangle. So and now we're trying to figure out how to actually go about building the resources to actually fill in the map. Now, I'm not sure how fast the process is going to take. I may need some kind of loading bar or whatnot to build a map before it gets presented. Not sure. We'll have to see what happens when the time comes. But for the time being, we're just gonna have to kind of continue moving forward in this project. Now, if anyone has any kind of questions or whatnot about, what I've done in the past, or any kind of aspects of the code that I've done so far, or if there's something that you're not really understanding about this, then let me know. And if you see something that you're like, wait, hold on, Jim, you need to kind of fix this portion to get that right, then feel free to put that in the chat as well. Because every single little bit, helps me as I move forward, and I'll, by the end of it, I'll have, credits and whatnot to show what help I received where. So at least, that's the plan anyway. So, excuse me, boy. Okay. So, this is a little interesting in the sense that now I have to figure out how to actually put all the tiles on the map and do it correctly. Boy. So it looks like, you know, I'm building up the board grid there. Lining it up here, and it's gonna be interesting to try to set up what's necessary. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so here, let me kind of type it out for you all here. All right, so first thing for board setup. Outer walls and floor. Okay. I need to make sure that, you know, that's kind of set up a little bit, because we need to have like a base level first. Then okay, so let me kind of rewrite this here. Board setup. First thing, outer walls and floors. Second, placement of cities. Third, resources on all floor tiles. Then we use Prim's algorithm to clear some resources. This allow a path between all cities and resources. Okay, now I'm going to need to you know, the balance is going to come into to be a factor a little bit here. Okay, I was kind of saying that a lot in my last video. You know, I'm sorry about that, but I mean, when it comes to games along these lines, you know, you have to kind of factor that in. You know, when does a game become impossible? Okay. I mean, literally impossible. Like, you know, there's no possible way of, you know, getting through the level. Okay. Like, you know, I'm already, you know, going through the concept kind of thing. Okay. In order to pass, you know, one of these levels, I have to have the humans be able to do something. Okay. Thought line is either set up a time, okay, like a time limit, like you have to survive for, like, you know, 5 minutes or something like that, or I have to set it up by resource gathering. And if it's by resource gathering, which is what I was kind of leaning towards anyway, what happens when there's not enough resources on the map to handle that? Because the player's going to be trying to defend against these by, like, building these barriers, or or um, making some hunters or something along those lines, or maybe doing some kind of additional construction or research or whatever. Don't really know. Okay, still not there yet. You know, um, a lot of things that I could do for the ending, but I'm not quite sure exactly what is going to be needed. So obviously, got a bit of work to do. So now here on the board setup, on their board setup here, they did they built in the outer walls and then the floor tiles. Okay, and then just put everything within the instance, within board holder. Okay, and that's all well and great.
Hey Jim,
Hey, what's up?
are you streaming?
Yeah,
Oh, I had a whole bunch of clothes. I thought you might like some.
I checked the t-shirts. I pulled the Metroid one out. That's the
Oh,
only
the
one that I was.
Metroid one.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm glad.
that was the only one. I
Um,
didn't have a chance to text you.
I have a lot of high quality work pants. I know you're taller than me, but some of them were a little long on me.
Okay,
And
well,
this is a second batch of stuff.
okay. I'll check them that out after the stream.
Okay. It's a shame because I have like $80 work pants that I never wore that are just too small for my waist. It's a shame.
Yeah. Okay. Getting back to this here. So. So I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I don't necessarily need a floor tile for the cities. So, let's see. Okay. I might want to do the exact same thing that they have over here. At least a little bit. Okay, so here. Okay, so the inner wall tiles and floor tiles are actually added inside the um, version itself, and inside the um, he filled in the tiles, or in the roguelike, they filled in the tiles into the program itself, and um, then this basically takes that kind of game object and gets it ready to um, place it here within this particular vector. Um, this this makes things a little interesting in that um, still trying to figure out the best method of filling in everything here. Here, let me bring up the um, let me bring up the websites here. Hmm. Anyways, don't need that. Okay. Okay, so we're getting back to this page. Nice, helpful tool when you're trying to work on the the concept of hexadecimal boards. So now um, with um, the old 2D roguelike, they're going through every single X and Y coordinate here, and that basically leads to this kind of a setup here, which is a huge waste of time trying to go through each and every single last one of these nulls. They are not needed. They are not needed to be viewed. It's just a waste of processing power to basically scan through this entire row just to get to this one single location. So we want to try to do something along this line. Um, so but how do you go about doing that? So um, okay, so let's see. to kind of figure out this as well. What kind of level are we looking at here? So, let's go ahead and okay, so what I'm going to do is set up some booleans here to confirm that the that each one of these the tiles have been confirmed, or that have been set. So gonna want to initialize them here. All right, now no, here. Human tile set will always need to be set to false. Now, just to make sure that you guys are kind of on board here a little bit. So here's the thing. In this kind of a map, okay, the human city will always be in the center, okay, but I want to make sure that I set up the enemy base in one of these three spots, but I want to be able to kind of pick and choose what I want to set at. Okay. Who's going in the spot, and what spot should they kind of be placed in. Okay, so let's go back to here real quick. So, for example, on this particular level, okay, it's just going to be the ghouls. Okay, so when I go to here, okay, I'm going to change the ghoul tile set to false so that it does get placed, but I'll leave the other two set as true so that they're I won't accidentally set them. Okay. And this, of course, will be handled each and every single time, or at least I'm hoping that that's the case. Every time a board manager gets set, it will reset these values. I'm hoping. And this kind of data will be changed down here. So what I want to do is let's create a switch for monsters. Case 0. Actually, let's see. I'm trying to think of if there's like maybe some way that as I progress through these levels here, if there's some way that I can allow it to kind of cascade on each other kind of aspect. You know, like for level 3 I can do, you know, ghouls, and then I can set, you know, ghosts right afterwards. Don't think so. Yeah. Okay, so, well, if there's something that you guys can kind of think of that I can probably do a little bit better on this, then let me know. Okay. Let's go ahead and readjust all the tabs here. Oh, missed one. Alright. So, okay, so I'm just going to basically recreate this set here within the switch so that I can kind of make sure that everything's kind of set up correctly. So ghouls is going to be first, so I don't really need any of these, just because they're already kind of set to true already. So I have ghost and goblin, right? Yeah, okay. This one's ghost. This is goblin. Then, let's see, 3 is ghouls and ghosts. Then it's ghosts and goblins. Ghouls and ghosts. Ghosts and goblins. And then ghoul and goblins. Right. And then it's all 3. So. Okay, so I'm just trying to think if there's any way that I can try to clean that up a little bit. Well, obviously, you know, I still have to kind of, you know, make the break in there, but I want to try to see, is there a way for me to kind of do this without needing the break? Um, no, probably not. Probably not. Every time I kind of look at it, I'm like, okay, well, if I go to case 0, then I'm going to need the others to kind of remain true. So even if I was to like fall into like case 1 or case 2, for example, that's just going to make these false. So, every time I kind of look at this, it's like, okay, well, can't really do much more there. So let's go ahead and put in the brackets. I do it this way just to kind of be able to kind of look at these a little bit easier, and if I need to if I kind of need to modify them or something like that, then oh, um, then I can always take care of them later. And it also allows me to kind of hide them if I wanted to. Alright, let's go ahead and put some comments in here just so that we can just so we're clear. Okay. Oh, I mean, don't do that. Almost pasted. There we go. And last but not least. Okay. Now with this kind of set up, then I know for a fact that I don't necessarily need to I don't necessarily need to worry about setting, I'm going to basically be using these booleans to make sure that I have the city tiles set up. But the placement of them is going to be, what I'm going to be kind of wondering about. Let's see. Let's go ahead and prep for monster cities. It's a little bunch. I wanted that. There we go. So, let's see. I want to do initialize list first, just to kind of build up the board grid, especially with the positionings there. Let's see. What am I going to do on this, though? So, save early, save often. Okay. We're right back at this kind of location here. Now for this, they're doing it for they're getting it set up so that this will handle all the extra tiles kind of thing. Okay, they do it this way so that they put in all the floor tiles per se on that, and then they fill in the a random tile from the grid position, and then they remove said tile from that location. Okay. So that they can kind of determine how much that they want to do on that. And this kind of needs to be handled in such a fashion where we can do the Prim's algorithm with all of the resources. Oh boy, I'm trying not to. The problem that I'm having right now is trying to make sure that I'm not like duplicating work that I don't need to. See, for example, this kind of a process where they did this and this with very similar for loops. Screams inefficiency to me. Okay, especially when my map is just going to keep on getting larger as you progress through the levels. So I don't want to have a player try to do the last level, and suddenly they're waiting for like 5 minutes just for the level to build or something along those lines. Okay, I don't want that to happen. Not to say that it's going to take 5 minutes. I'm just putting that out. Okay, I don't want a large loading screen on the last level. If I can help it anyway. So I need to make sure that I'm trying to do this as efficiently as I possibly can. Um, so this pretty much builds the entire set of for the entire board. This right here. Okay. Um, it builds this. Okay. It's not even looking at walls. It's not even looking at cities or resources or anything along the lines. It pretty much builds this. Okay. Not that, but this. So now I have to make sure that I use I want to try to use this to fill in the necessary tiles. Um, hmm. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Let's see. Okay. Um, oh man, this is tough. This is really tough. How to how to actually build this. Oh. I mean, I haven't even gotten to Prim's algorithm yet on this. I'm still kind of stuck on, you know, even these two right here can pretty much be put into the same exact kind of process here. But I need to make sure that I'm able to kind of handle this. Okay. Oh boy, this is trying to do this efficiently is kind of throwing me off here a little bit. Okay, so this right here has pretty much constructed this. Okay, based off of the length. Okay, so that's constructed. Okay, in its entirety. Now, using the row-like, they did it in such a fashion where they just had the interior of the map, not even including the outer walls. Okay. You know, they had, you know, their initialized list here is basically like this, but instead of including the outer wall, they just have the inner information and everything kind of contained in that put into an array so that they can use this interior to actually build, to actually throw in the random elements into the map. I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing this in such a way where I don't even know if I even really need this per se. Because this is used for the randomization, and to be honest, I don't really need a way to kind of randomly place items. I need to be able to kind of go through this right here and go, okay, this one's a wall, this one's a city, this one's a resource. Done. My stomach's kind of giving me a sense of I need to use the restroom here real quick, so I'll be right back there, folks. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that, folks. There we go. Okay, so how am I going to do this? Okay. One thing that I want to do is I want to bring up Prim's algorithm as well. There we go. Now, if there is a better algorithm for what I want to do, then please let me know. You know, because what's going to happen here is for print, for Prim's algorithm here, you know,
Your verse melts on. Hey Jim,
what's up?
I'm gonna take the clothes downstairs to Salvation Army. Did you want to look through the additional clothes?
Nah, man, it's okay. It's okay. Hey there.
Oh, yeah, let's eat first, and then I'll get the clothes.
All right.
Look at all the dishes, and now it's like. Yeah, there is.
Okay. Let's go. So, I gotta refocus here. So here, instead of walls, we're gonna be doing resources. Okay. So this is basically what I'm gonna need to kind of do when it gets to here. Okay. So
Thanks.
Oh, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, really? Like, I thought they were, like, when you said, oh, I found socks
No,
over
it's
there,
like
I'm like,
I had a pair I didn't love because they were a little too big.
let's see.
But
don't they shoot?
Okay, this becomes a little more problematic a little bit because of the nature of how to determine you know the next or the values next to the
Timber!
next to them see.
Done.
Smart. I was gonna drag him down the stairs.
I know. Your cat bag, you should surprise her. You had some. You had like all those extra ones.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why you guys picked white. White is a.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You have all this space in here. You have all this stuff. Where are your extra towels? They're up there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One's in
Yeah.
the closet or put it in my closet across from the guy's bed.
Mommy. Sit. Sit.
It's still better than my
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
I'm like, those tissue towels.
let's go for the ones.
Yes.
So they had a little bit of a setup with the grid on their end there.
And then I'll grab these.
Oh, the dry cleaners. What's that for?
Over the grills.
Oh, it's the blender.
Okay. Oh boy, this is getting interesting. How am I going to do this? So this is a little bit different than what I'm probably going to need to do, because um, I need to add additional information into I need to get some additional information. If I'm going to be using the neighbors on the perm algorithm, then I'm going to need to set up the how it kind of views the grid as it was anyway. Oh man. Trying to remain focused here, and it's a little difficult right at the moment. Okay. sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I can kind of get this done in my head here a little bit. Where's... I always have this problem, and sometimes where I always feel like I hit like a wall where I just need that one little, you know, method of like building a door in it to just, walk on through, but it always feels like I just can't see the door. I know there's one there, just kind of difficult to kind of get past it. So I know there's a solution to this. I'm just trying to figure out how to actually construct it in such a fashion where I do everything that I want to do, but in a fashion that gets the job done efficiently. So, let's see. One of the problems of not being an actual genius in programming, someone who's a genius could probably go, "Oh yeah, you need to actually go do this, 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 this," and it's like, "Oh well, yeah, of course." Okay. Focus, Jim. Okay. So we're building the grid here. How do I translate this to one, putting in neighbors, because according to looking at this here, looking at Prim's algorithm, you're going to need to know what your neighbors are, so that you can take those values, put it into a a priority queue in this case. So let's see. But I don't necessarily want to use all of this either, because prims is necessary for when I get to when I put all the resources on the floor tiles. I don't necessarily need to worry about that once I get the outer wall, floor, and cities done. What's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? This does all the setup for everything except for the outer walls. And this builds the the board with the outer walls and the floor tiles. Sets it to the board holder. I'm gonna need to do this. But again, I'm facing this whole for loop here. How do I go about doing this? Okay, this has the full array, everything in it. Alright, every single last hexagonal tile is contained within here, according to, based off of this. So I can use this up here. But how do I go about doing that? I want to iterate through this hash table as I progress through this, and as I go through this I can set up a wall, outer tile, and resource. But then I want to do gonna need to do a prim, basically a hash table to take all the to be able to kind of remove the instances accordingly. So I might need to do another hash table, and grid. I'll use this to fill in all the resources, but how I might need to do something more than just a vector 3. I might need to actually build like maybe a class to handle all the neighbors. Okay, let's see.
I'll be right up.
Um, do I make a different value here? Something more than vector 3. Something that can actually do, something more, an actual neighbor. They're using, they're using the class grid, which has multiple different values to it. Finally some peace and quiet. Apologies for that there, folks. It was a bit distracting for me, probably a little annoying for you. I've told them my recording schedule and, whatever. Not much I can really do about that. Okay. Sorry, gotta focus here. So how do they factor in the neighbors here? It looks like the neighbor is only given let's see, it's only kind of getting 1, but that's not correct here. Weighted edge. Okay, so they pull. Okay, what's unvisited directions? Okay, interesting. Okay, so they create an empty array. They get a for loop that will go through every different possible direction. Checks to see if that's a valid neighbor. If it's not a valid neighbor, or if it is a valid neighbor, meaning, you know, hey, that there is a vertex to that particular grid, and it checks to see whether or not it was visited, then it adds that to the candidates there, which it then mixes up the values contained within it, and then it returns the list back to here. So it checks that list pretty much and adds all the basically all the directions, all the possible candidates into the priority queue. Oh boy. I mean, that's quite a bit to handle it with just 4. I'm doing it with 6. And even then, I don't even trying to handle all this with, I mean, the cells themselves I haven't even built up to handle this kind of the amount of details that it's needed for that. So I think what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to kind of build up this this kind of you know, grid aspect, grid class for each one of the hexagonal tiles. Yeah, I might have to go about doing that, because if I'm going to need to use prim, then the, you know, this 2D roguelike board manager here is not really cutting what I need to get the job done. Okay, but I mean, don't get me wrong. Okay, the 2D roguelike was a decent resource for the most part to try to get an idea as to how they went about doing their board setup and initializing further randomization and all that kind of aspect. But I need to kind of expand on it. Okay, it's not just a simple vector 3 anymore. There's more to it than that. You know, there's you know, I need to have it where, um, you know, it's been visited, and um, have to factor in the neighbor situation. So I don't know if I really want to go about doing this per se, though. Hmm. They keep on using direction. Let me see. Okay. Um, I want to see their class for direction here. If I can even find it. There it is. Okay, so hmm. How much do I want to use this for this? Am I making this a little too complicated? I mean, do I really want to add, you know, another class called direction into my into it so that I can kind of use this for the perm algorithm? But instead of, you know, 4 different directions, it's going to be um, 6 different directions. Hmm. Not sure. I mean, I can probably try to. It's not going to be a vector 3. Don't have the vector 3 isn't enough information for it to um, be kind of contained within it all. I'm going to need to actually build a new script, so let's go ahead and um, I'm going to need to add something new to my Unity scripts here to allow um, for these extra um, for this extra code. Oh boy, I'm really struggling at this. Sorry there, folks. I mean, this is what happens when you're you know trying to attempt something for you know, pretty much for my very first time here. Um, I've done code for other group projects, but it was never something that I kind of tackled everything all at once. Skip the new version for now. Okay. right. C# script. Direction. Okay. Not sure. Not sure why they have opposite here. It's interesting. You know what? I don't really need this 2D roguelike anymore. Just gonna close it down for now. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna be looking at grid here. So, you know, it's not a simple, you know, northwest, south, and east kind of aspect. It's going to be, you know, northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest, and then west and east. So, um, okay. Okay, hold on a second here. So let's say that I'm doing the um, um, you know, let's say I'm focusing on the directions for 5 and 2, right? Okay, so northwest will once again be that aspect of 0 and -1. Okay. Um, it will keep the same x value, but the y value gets reduced by 1. Now for the northeast, it's actually a +1, but a -1 for the y. West it's going to be a -1 and a 0. For the east, it's a +1 and a 0. Now the southwest is a little different because it's, you know, looking at this, it's going backwards a little bit. So so it's a -1 but a +1. And then for the southeast, it's nothing and a +1. So those are the directions for the hexagon. I'm gonna need to. This is using the the Java enum aspect to get the, you know, to pull these particular values out. I'm gonna need to figure out how they do it with the C#. Go away. Oh my gosh, really. Fantastic placement. Okay. Interesting. Okay. This isn't really telling me exactly what I want to know. I wonder if I can actually even do this. Now, I, I I'm looking at this. I'm like going, okay. They didn't really actually do any kind of separate class for this. This is, this is just a enum type, that they set in a, specific file, so that they can, just kind of use this. The C sharp, which is kind of the underlying programming language for Unity, it doesn't look like they can do that. Oh no, they can do that. Okay. It's just they have to be kind of careful on that. Okay. Now, over here they're using values to basically look into the to be able to kind of figure out which one of the enums that it wants to kind of pull out. Can I actually do that with C sharp here? I mean, they're referencing it by just having day and the declaration there, but I don't necessarily need to. I don't necessarily want to have it referenced in that kind of fashion. I want to be able to kind of duplicate this in a sense. Just haven't messed with this before, or at least not nearly as much as this has. So well, let me go ahead and put this down here. Let's see. Let's get some reference here a little bit. I'm also using Unity, which is, still has its own kind of set language, even though it's the underlying language is C sharp. It's not like fully C sharp because they've kind of added their own unique code to it. So what am I missing here? Random range is what they use. Right. Yeah. Or no. They used the full length there, so I might want to do 6 on this one. Not quite here. Let's see. C sharp, enum, random. Oh boy, this is uh, fight on, Jim, fight on. Boy, I'm really hoping that I'm not shooting myself in the foot with all this. Okay. Hmm. Okay, just to kind of just kind of point this out here a little bit. You don't necessarily need to create that. All you really need, if you really wanted to, if you're just getting, if you're not going to be using this array, multiple times, you could probably just go ahead and put that here and do the exact same thing that you want to try to do anyway. But it is being used multiple times here, so as it is anyway, it's this feels like it's being used outside of the enum. By lots of communication on my don't need that, don't need that. A few people streaming. Okay. Let's see. Seems fairly simplistic on that. So do I do something like this? It's 0 through 3, so that should be 0 through 5. Will that work? Maybe. Okay, let's head on back here. Oh. What was Java's function for ordinal? There's no like additional. Yeah, it's a. There's something unique for that. Let's see. why are they using it here? And why are they adding 2 to it? Oh, to have it in the reverse direction. Gotcha. Silly me. Okay, so, sorry about that. Now I can kind of understand why they're doing it this way. So basically, Arnold gets um, the value of the enum, the position kind of aspect. Like, this is position 0, 1, 2, and 3, for example. Okay. Because they're doing a +2 to it, they're taking, a 0 position, adding 2, which would basically put this is the exact opposite of it. Okay. And then they're doing a mod 4 just in case, say, they come up with the ordinal of the, the west, for example. Let's make it 3, for example. You add 2 to that, it makes it a 5. With the modulus of 4, they'll put it at set 1, which makes east be the opposite of west. So makes sense. So this is going to be a little different for mine because with the hex values, northwest is going to be the exact opposite of northwest is going to be southeast. So I need to kind of be careful with this now because I want to, if I want to do something along this line, which they used it a couple times, I'm gonna want to set it up so that the everything's kind of offset. So, so like for example, northwest, northeast, east, southeast, southwest, and then west. Let me make sure everything's kind of set up perfectly fine here. Okay, so if I was to do something along the lines over here, so public direction opposite, then we return direction how do we actually do this within Unity? Let's see, Unity, ordinal. there a way to do that? I gotta be careful here. I don't necessarily want to be creating something that GGG doesn't actually have. Simply cast it. Okay. So if I do something like direction +3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Then do all that modulus 6, then that should give me what I need. Am I doing that right? Not sure. I'm hoping I'm doing it correctly. Okay, well, I guess this will have to kind of do. It's not really a class, it's more an enum. I'm hoping that works. Oh, if I'm going through a dangerous territory, folks, and you know Unity, please let me know if I'm just shooting myself in the foot on this. You know, leave a chat message, leave a comment, what have you. Let me know if I'm doing okay. Or if there's something that you think I can do to try to clean this up, to try to get this to where I need it to be for the prim algorithm later. I need to work on this now. Sorry about that. I'm trying to see what they did here on the grid so that I can use that up here in the param algorithm here. See, they're they're putting in the grid into the perims algorithm so that they can use the information contained within the grid to determine what has and hasn't been visited. So I have to be slightly careful with this because I want to make sure that I'm not repeating too much here. I mean, already I'm kind of concerned whether or not I'm actually going the right direction with with the enum direction on this, but it might be okay. I might actually need this to. I might not actually need this because of. I might use this for pathing as well. Okay, so. But the question is, do I'm kind of building the board already. And it's not going to be a simple grid like just a simple you know double array kind of aspect with rows and columns. It's going to be slightly different than that. Oh. Okay. Interesting how I'm gonna need to go about doing this. Trying to actually use the the 2D roguelike with their design of the actual grid. Oh, no, I don't want. Come on, I didn't want that. Go away. Okay, so this is what they would have for my kind of this would be their grid, and I don't want necessarily their grid on this. Okay. Boy, this has been a tough process, but I mean, once I can get this down, then then I will just open up all the different possibilities. Well, I say that now, but let's face it. This project that I'm trying to do is can be. I mean, I'm tackling quite a bit here, so but But I mean, when it's done, then I'm going to enjoy every single little bit of it. So, well, I'm enjoying it now. What am I saying? But it'll give me a sense of accomplishment at least. So, um, how using the 2D roguelike grid setup that they had, how can I translate that over to something like that? Okay, so I have the directions. That's fine. We can work with that. Um, so okay, so they have a bit set of edges. Where they're actually putting the information inside this. Wait, what? How are they doing that? Let's see. Oh, okay. They're calling the function neighbor with the direction, and it will determine, hey, um, all the neighbors compared to that said direction. Okay. Right. Okay. So for adding an edge, where you're adding it. So continuing prim here. Yeah, they're doing it here. But that's the only spot that they're actually adding it in. This is getting interesting here, folks. But I need to use the restroom here real quick, so I'll be right back. Hold on, 1 second, okay? Feel free to leave a chat message if you want. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Lunch is kind of going right through me right at the moment, so. Okay, boy. Let's get back into this here. Let's see. How are they? How are they making this grid? Oh man, my stomach. My lunch is just not sitting well with me. I may need to kind of just call this early. Okay, so they're doing... with the number of columns and the number of rows, they're basically building they're building their square, and then they're determining how many edges are associated with it by, you know, basically building area out of that and then multiplying it by 4 based, every box has its own unique edge. Granted, you know, some edges are kind of overlapping, but based off of that one unique square, it's going to have its own 4. So even though edges are going to overlap, the directions are going to be able to kind of set that. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm kind of understanding their example here so that I can try to mimic it in some fashion or another. See, they're using this bit set, which I'm not fully familiar with when it comes to Java. Okay. What are they doing with that? is what I'm kind of wondering about. What that? Oh, it's up here. Okay. So they're they're generating an integer based off of the the direction orthogonal um, whatever v might be, which is vertex, and they're multiplying it by 4. And then they're setting that value to the edge, but it's a bit set, so uh, bits of a bit set are indexed by non-negative integers. Individual index bits can be examined, set, cleared, used to modify the contents of another bit set through electrical. All bits in the set initially have the value false. Okay. I guess I'm kind of confused a little bit as to what exactly a bit is in the sense. It looks like it has more than just the true false in this sense. I may be kind of overlooking things a little bit here. I may need to just try to build the board very similar to what this is all about. But Oh man. I am definitely overloading myself with information that I probably don't really even need. Um, but here's uh, just really wish I could kind of figure this all out here. Let's turn on the light here so you guys can kind of see me a little bit better. Okay, so I gotta kind of calm down, and let's kind of clear the board here a little bit. Okay. Gotta kind of focus as to what's going on here. Okay. So board manager. Okay, it's meant to construct what the player is going to be seeing. Okay. Now through the 2D board manager, they had a a 2x2 grid, or they had a grid with length and rows and columns. That's not going to be the case for this. Okay. Um, so each square that they had is going to be a hex on mine. Now, they didn't deal with like directions and whatnot on theirs. They just wanted to build the board. Okay. So this whole direction might not even be. Oh, but we're looking at the prim, which you're in a sense pathing. So it's not a simple randomization that the 2D roguelike is dealing with. We're looking at Prim's algorithm, which requires a certain set of paths in order to get the job done. Um, I'm kind of blowing my mind a little bit on this. Trying to figure out what needs to be done. Okay, this gives me the full board without the necessary this gives me the positions, vectors based off the positions, based off of what's being shown here. Okay, and given the length. So that's good. That's good. And now that I have this, how can I translate it to to something that I can use with this. It's in a sense the grid. But with the grid here, it includes neighbors, edges, and whether or not something's been visited or not. Let's see. Okay. So it builds the grid with numbers and rows. Start vertex. Okay. And it also creates another visited set with that. What's going on here? No. Nothing much. Okay. Sorry, that it kept on catching my eye, and I wanted to get rid of it. Okay, I don't necessarily need to worry about start column and start row because the positions for the for each one of the cities is going to be kind of set. So okay, so let me get the let me put some mathematics down to get the positions for the enemy cities. So so looking at this, the enemy city is here, for example. Okay, so I'm already looking at, you know, the third row down, and then I take, you know, one minus the length, then the third row down, and that should give me what, you know, I'm kind of looking for first city. So I'm just gonna kind of put that here for the most part. So first enemy city, position, length -1, or length is going to be already the length is length, so the position of length is going to be slightly off anyway. For example, okay, that the length here is 7. Okay, so if I do 7 minus 1, I'm going to get that. Okay, so that's not exactly correct. I want it by 2 to kind of get that one off, to be here. And then this is going to be set to 2 always, kind of aspect, to always have that third row. Okay, so top corner, second enemy, city, bottom left, position. Now we're looking at that position right there, so so we're looking at we're going to be looking at 2 every single time. Okay, because it's not always going to be 0, and it's always going to be slightly seeing that this particular row is already kind of off by 1 already. So we're looking at the next position in, which is always going to be 2 in this case. No matter what, no matter how large it gets, okay, we're always going to be looking at the next row above and the position, offset. So it's always going to be 2 in that particular location. Now, once again, we're going to be doing the length minus 2. Because once again, we're going to be doing the, the 5, which is 7 minus 2. Okay. Now, for the third enemy, city, which is going to be the bottom right position, which is basically length minus 2 for both. It's pointing to this particular location right there. So, if I want to mathematically generate which location it's at each and every single time, then I'm going to take the length minus 2 every single time to get this bottom corner right there. Then we already have a to find the human city. So human city position, then we use this function, which I want to do something like int value equals that function, and then I use value and value to get the position for the human city. which won't always wind up to be there. May kind of put it like in these kind of spaces sometimes, but it's the risk that I'm gonna have to kind of take on this. So I don't, I don't need to call this twice to get the exact same value each time. So it's good to just throw that into a single value that I can just use to set the position. So that's kind of done and out of the way, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. So let's see. How am I going to... How am I going to get the walls? So if... Three x is equal to length minus 1. Or 53y is equal to length minus 1. Okay, so just to kind of show you guys what I'm looking at here, I'm just kind of putting this in my mind right at this moment in time, so I don't necessarily need to worry about it. So I'm looking at this right here, okay, and I'm basically looking at this right here in this example, okay. If the x value, which could, with Unity, could be this, the last digit there, or it could be the first digit. It depends on how they kind of view it. Either way, the 6 value here, okay, and the first position and the second position, both are going to be walls, okay. These are going to be easy to figure out, okay. Is, does this kind of cover, these right here? If I can tell that these are, those kind of positions, that I automatically know that that's an outer wall. So therefore, I'm going to need to fill in that particular position with an outer wall aspect. But what happens if it's this one? That requires a little bit more mathematics. Because I need to verify that the position there is correct, kind of aspect. So so I need to do or I need another one. I need to actually kind of keep this within the brackets here. So, vector 3, x. We're going to also need to do an and there, so vector 3, y. Okay, so if x is equal to the uh, okay. As I kind of progress down through these, I don't necessarily need to worry about checking the, I don't necessarily need to worry about checking this value per se. What I need to check is what that one is. So, so what I need to do is do something like that. And that's all I really need to do, actually. And I look at it a little bit more. But it's going to mean that I'm going to need to do something along the lines of what's going on down there. But that might not work very much either. Because, I mean, what, if I set it up like this, for example, okay, and I start popping off the bow grid, to get the vectors, out of it, who's to say that the information contained within there is the same as if I was to do this whole while loop again? Is it going to kind of get it set up in the right kind of order with it? I don't know. That's where this becomes kind of problematic, because how do I determine how to get this as a how do I find this as a wall? That's what I need to do. Okay, that's one of the problems. All right. Let me go ahead and kind of put this down here. Problems. 1. Based on the hexagonal grid, how do I determine that 5-1 let's go ahead and just do a copy and paste to this. Oh, wait. There. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 4 and 2, 3 and 3, 2 and 4, and then 1 and 5. Okay. Okay. Now, problem number 2. Okay. With one of the positives that they're doing out of this aspect is that um, their bit set visited is always going to be the same as their grid. Okay, so so that's going to be fine on their end there. My start index is going to be different than theirs every single time. But how do I go about doing that? Okay. So prim as function to handle unvisited directions. Need to translate at TNB. Need to merge direction script with hexagonal grid somehow. Need to determine neighbors or neighboring tiles with each other for their example grid neighbor. Need to add unvisited neighbors to priority queue. Translate all into Unity code. So there you got it. There you have it. That's what I'm kind of dealing with right at the moment. So how do I work this? Length varies. Okay, if I'm gonna be building, okay, let's try to tackle one thing at a time right at this moment in time. Okay, obviously I needed to break things down into smaller parts in order to tackle this one problem at a time. And right now I'm trying to look at the full picture, and I'm getting myself overwhelmed right at this moment in time. I gotta kind of calm it down a little bit. Let's look at the pseudocode. Let's look at each and every single little tiny problem first, and get my head wrapped around each and every single last tiny problem. Okay. Um, I'm by myself here, so I gotta be able to try to, you know, um, I can't overwhelm myself. Okay. If you overwhelm yourself with too much all at once, then you're not gonna make progress. You have to do, just take one step at a time. Just one step at a time. Break down the problems into smaller problems if necessary. Always kind of like, uh, you know, uh, if if you're dealing with too much all at once, separate, you know, uh, move them into two different kind of projects, okay, and tackle each one. Okay, if you're looking at one particular project and it's still too much, break it down even further. Okay, just keep on breaking things down into something that is a little bit more manageable. Okay, it happens all the time when it comes to um, actual uh, um, I mean, you look at just mathematics in general. Okay, like for example, uh, when I was looking at all this to try to actually figure out how to determine the centroid, or the location where I was planning on putting the human city. Okay, I did it step by step. Okay, breaking everything kind of down into what I kind of needed to have. Okay, and that was, let's determine what A was, determine what B was. Um, then we put them together to find out what C was, and then we broke that down. Then we did, the examples to try to determine whether or not I was on the right path with that. Okay, so let's do that again. Okay, but this time, okay, we're looking at our problem number one right at the moment. Okay, just to kind of get that out of the way. Okay, because I'm looking at this. Okay, and while these might be fine, okay, in the sense that that will always give me, that and that, okay, every single time, okay. I don't need to worry about those, um, because if x is 6 or y is 6, then I know that it has to be a wall. It has to be an outer wall. Okay, no, based off of this. Okay, using this as an example, if x is 6 or y is 6, then it's an outer wall no matter what. You don't see 6 anywhere in these particular spaces here. Okay, so we're covered when it comes to those. But here's where the problem lies. How do I determine these 5 here? Okay. Here, I'm gonna bring up that one website to kind of give me a little bit more to kind of work with here. So this was kind of helpful in the sense that so we have this being covered and this being covered. Okay, just by the positioning. Okay, you know, we're comparing that one with this one. Okay, that side's covered, that side's covered, right? Okay. Now, how do I determine what that position is? Okay. And that's not always going to be that's not always going to be the same exact thing either. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, these values change based off of where, you know, the row is. Okay. So how do I mathematically determine whether or not this is a wall? Okay. I don't have that. I don't have that perfectly in my mind yet. Okay. Because it's not a square. Okay. I can't just go, okay, you know, is there a null there? Sure, okay, then I'll take the next, check the next one. Is it a null? No? Okay, it's the wall. Can't really do that. I don't, like I said, doing an array like this, okay, is gonna take too much time overall to actually, you know, the big O for handling something like this, you know, as the map size increases overall, the it's going to be too much. Okay, I don't want to look at that. I don't want to see. I don't want to try to deal with nulls. Trying to figure that out. Okay, so how do I determine these? I don't know. That it's also it also becomes problematic because I don't know how I'm going to handle this particular loop as it is anyway. Do I do the exact same thing here? Do I make it a while loop again? Can I pop out the vector? Can I search for the vector 3 based off of the x and y value and then pop it out to do the verification? Now let's go ahead and let's go ahead and add this up here. Okay, so let's see, and then we'll do that there. Okay. So once again, we're gonna do this kind of operation to handle this kind of a grid properly. So is equal to 1, and I think that works. See, if this is false, then it won't even activate this particular test. It won't even activate the second part of this test. At least it shouldn't. Okay. This, this right here checks to see if it's, that right there. Okay. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, or that one. This one right here checks to see if it's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, or this one. Then we're checking to see if the y value is 1. Then we're going to do, we're checking, x value in this case. X value is length actually, hold on. No, I don't want that. Am I correct in this here? Okay, let me test this out in my mind here a little bit here. So this starts out if x is equal to 0, y is going to be equal to 1 in this case. So so we're looking at this right here. Okay, so it's going to be 1. Then you have length minus 1 right. Let's see. I'm so close. I'm so close to it. Oh gosh. I'm right there. I'm right there. Um, it's not length minus x. Because then that would be 15 minus 0, that would be 15. And y is never going to be equal to that, so well, y is going to be equal to 1 in this case. It's like, no, that's not right. In this case, I want it to be the very, first value that kind of pops up for this. It goes on to the next. It goes on to the next row, and I need to kind of confirm that this is the very first value of all. Oh my gosh. So that's not correct. What am I looking at here? Trying to determine this value here, which will be length plus x, or length minus x plus 1. Yeah. Is it plus 1 or plus 2? Let's see, hold on. X is going to be 0, like this 15. That becomes 15 plus 1. That's 16. That's not going to work. What am I doing here? Mathematics, work for me, please. Okay. I'm trying to determine 5. Okay, I need to determine that length
Take them upstairs, all that stuff.
minus x plus 1 is equal to length minus y. So, so this will be, okay, so let's take 15 for example, okay. We have 0 plus 1 minus 15. That's 14. That makes it as a 6. Y will always be, you know, 1 in this case, or, you know, x plus 1. So length minus y is equal to 14. And that's great for that, per se. Okay. But that's not exactly what we want to determine. Okay, let's step it up. Let's go to the next row, right? So x is equal to 1. Okay, so now we have 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 15. That's going to be 13. Okay, then you have, yeah, this is, so 14, 13. So that's going to be fine. Then you have the y that gets changed, which puts it there. Which, you know, once again, you know, this is going to be kind of covering all that kind of aspect anyway. Okay, let's bump x up to 2. Okay, so now we have y is 3. So we have length minus 3, which will put it at 12. So 15, or this will be 14, 13, 12. Then y's change, which is going to be put it right there. It's not the same. Don't need to worry about it. So there we go. So mathematically, I confirmed that this right here is always going to be looking for that position, which is good. Okay, and then I need to check to make sure that the I need to confirm that the position that's stored is the same as this one right there. So that's why I changed it over to the x plus 1 aspect. If it was the y, then it would move this all the way across, and that's not what I want. I want just that spot right there. So this should work. Okay. So we were able to figure out this spot. Okay, that was a challenge. That was a challenge, but we got through it. Okay, so now we need to figure out um, how do I build the grid? So here's this kind of problem with this. So um, under this right here, okay, they have their 4x4 grid, and then they have the, in a sense, that they have their, their array, and they basically have another array with that. Okay, so now it's trying to determine how to actually kind of build what I need with the grid here into something that works there. And how do I translate that into the Unity with the whole game objects? Um, let's see. Um,
I'll go put this blender in the boys' bathroom. Then all bathrooms have their own.
let's see.
Well, all the bathrooms have a nice blender. I guess I'll keep trying this one.
Okay, y is equal to distance to human city. Okay. Okay, I need to move this above the resources check. Because it's so what's going to happen here, okay, is that it's either out of walls, the cities, the the enemy cities, the human cities. Then I need to do floor for everything else, and then put a resource on top of that. Okay, that's what needs to be done there. And when I do when I do the enemy cities, human cities, um, and then the resources, I need to put all of those into a grid that is going to be, parsed out through prim. Okay, so let me. Oh gosh, all my time spent, and it doesn't feel like I got anywhere on it. This is what happens when, you know, it, um, sometimes having multiple minds on the same project is okay. Especially when one person struggles, the other can step up. When you kind of communicate with each other, you can figure out where the problem is and figure out a proper solution to it. Now, it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes both of you still have the same problems. But when you're talking it out, you're able to kind of figure out what is, um, uh, where, or, what, how to kind of tackle it. So, um, okay, so I'm going to put that there. So, so we'll go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to move these comments here to above there. Okay, just so I can kind of get a so that I can kind of get a little bit more of a determination there. So, okay, I need to determine. Let's see. And number of enemies. Okay, so okay. Okay, I'm doing it this way here a little bit because um, when we get this kind of grid started up here, I may want to have the the positions here set up randomly. Okay. So So what's going to happen is that, okay, so if I have three enemies, every single one of these positions is going to be filled, no matter what. Okay, if I have two enemies though, crap. Okay, sorry about that. If I have two enemies though, this spot right here might not be filled. Okay, so if this one isn't filled, then I need to make sure that these two are. Okay, if I have just one, then I need to determine, does it go here, does it go here, or you know, or I'll place it there if these two haven't been filled. So it's gonna, that kind of a determination is gonna be a little odd, um, because I don't know. Trying to determine which one of uh, trying to randomly place them there. That's what I'm going to be kind of uh, having some kind of difficulty on. Um, okay, so um, so if else, um, so x is equal to 2. And I need to make sure that it's, there, which is pretty much length minus 2. Which I want to do y is equal to length minus 2, or length minus x, I should say. Oh, oh, oh. No, this should be fine. This should be fine. Okay, because it has to determine whether or not x is 2 first before it goes to this particular test. So, or let's go ahead and copy this because we're going to be doing it. Actually, I'm going to do it 2 times there. Okay, so now we're looking at this one, which is x length is equal to length minus 2, and y is 2, or you have x is equal to length minus 2, and y is equal to length minus 2. Okay. That determines whether or not these spots have been hit every single time. Okay. It will check to see if it's this one, it will check to see if it's that one, and it will check to see if it's this one. Okay.
Your piece right here.
Let's see. I want to be able to fill in the data. It's getting around the time where I should shut it down. I felt like I didn't do as much as I wanted to. I didn't even get into the nitty-gritty of Prem. I'm probably gonna have the exact same problem next week when I try to tackle this. Okay. I gotta shut it down, folks. I've already kind of blown through the 4 hours that I dedicate to these kind of streams. So, well, you guys saw my struggle as I kind of worked through this. If there's something that you guys see, that you can try to assist me on, you know, I still got that wall up right at the moment. Okay, as I kind of explained earlier, I have that wall up. I'm trying to find that door to get through that wall. Okay. How do I translate the information shown here? Because they're doing a priority queue with weighted edges. They have neighbors. They have edges for every single vertex that they're on. They're using the directions to go through each and every single direction for every single visited vertex that they're on, and I'm over here looking at the 2D roguelike, and it just has a row and column kind of process, much like what they're doing here with the Prim. Okay, but in my game, it's hexagonal. So, do I still use weighted edges? How do I build it with Unity in mind? Do I do... I already built a direction script, okay? Do I build a grid script, okay? To make an actual honest-to-gosh grid. Because when you look at what they had before with the game objects, they're setting everything up to be a child, to and board holder, but is that going to be okay for Unity? What I may need to do is I may need to look into how someone else might have handled hexagonal grids in Unity. Okay, how they set it up. If you have a resource for that, or if you have a someone actually building that hexagonal grid on Unity, let me know. Send me a link to it. Put it in the chat message. Put it in the comment section. Whatever you think might be helpful to me, please let me know, because I'm trying not to reinvent the wheel, but at the same time, you know, I also don't necessarily want to I don't want to copy too much. Okay, I'm already copying quite a bit as it was anyway. You know, I don't want to rip this off of, you know, from someone too much on this, okay? As it is anyway, you know, the prime example, while it's going to be helpful to me, you know, it's not going to be exactly what I need. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to try to tackle all this. Alright, well, I gotta shut it down. So, thank you very much for watching. You know, didn't get any people kind of chatting with me right at the moment, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, people are busy, so, but, you know, I was able to kind of handle all the, you know, I was able to handle some things. There's a lot more for me to kind of cover to get this to kind of work the way I want it to work. I may need to maybe ramp up the amount of production streams to kind of get this back on track. You know, I do want to try to get this out there, you know, relatively quickly. You know, just so I don't have anyone trying to rip me off or anything along those lines. But you know, but at the same time, I gotta be careful of trying to overload my overload myself. I mean, I'm already doing, I'm already hunting for jobs. I'm already doing the gaming stream. So I gotta kind of be careful, you know, of trying to tackle on too much. You know, I don't want to stress myself out. Okay. And I'm not saying that this is stressful, okay? And I'm not saying that one way or another, okay? I don't want to, you know, keep on piling things on top of me to where it becomes stressful. You see, you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay. You know, study upon study upon study has shown multitasking does not work for you, okay? It just doesn't, okay? Focus on one particular task at a time, knock it out of the way, then move on to the next task. Trying to handle two tasks at the same time is, I mean, extremely difficult. Unless it's really easy, like, you know, you're listening to something and typing away at the same time, then maybe you can get away with it. You know, some people do. I don't. So, but yeah, Okay, so I gotta cut it down. These videos will be posted on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check those out. I have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter accounts all on my YouTube channel. Feel free to check those out. I have a poll currently going on my Twitter concerning what game you guys want to see me play next. Bear in mind, I did set an option for any kind of suggestions, but I may need to kind of say, no, sorry, can't do that. I may not have the game. It may be an open-ended kind of game like PUBG or or something along those lines. Um, the purpose of my streams is to kind of tackle the storylines first that I have, so that I have a kind of a starting goal and an end goal kind of aspect. I mean, I could still do, some things along the way, but it always has an ending in some fashion or other. So I got that on my Twitter account. So check that out. Check that out if you haven't already. I'm still going through the Knights of the Old Republic Jedi route. So if that interests you, come back tomorrow for my 2 to 6 p.m. stream. I may be playing some Civ 5 with Neon tomorrow. We'll see if that works out. We'll see what happens. But we'll see whether or not I want to continue doing the whole streaming with that or whatnot. It adds a lot more of it adds more to the upload times. It adds more to the data storage. It adds more to um, just overall. So, but yeah, that is going to be it there, folks. So, thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you strangers next time. Take care.